Hello, 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 everyone. Good to see you all. Appreciate you coming in here at the beginning. Good stuff, everyone. Happy Monday, happy new week. Let's see what we have going on here. We got Steven Sills in P1. Straight Fire. Stefan, P2. Polly Mazda. Oh, you were in earlier, but got a false start. Okay, you got demoted, but you're still podium. Very nice. Fourth place Energy for BL. And Stitch has got the P5 with Raptor P6. Good stuff, everyone. Glad to have you all. Rowicki, good to see you, man. I'm coming here to do a couple things to this here livery. I think. Oh, that's not going to be the right place to do that. Oh, wait, or is it? It's other. That's where we need to be. Hubby's birthday tomorrow. Rest up. You got big plans, huh? Doc, good to see you, friend. Okay. We were about to do a couple things here. Okay. Finish editing layer. So this doesn't have the proper number on it. We have to fix that. I think it needs this number here. There we go. Oh. That was a big sneeze. Okay. Yo, it's good to see you, man. All right. Duplicate opposite side. Duplicate opposite side. Oh, we got that on the hood too. Okay. Mm. Okay. And now we just need it's this, okay. Need to throw a little logo and some YouTube-ness on here. I think we'll make it bigger than that green. Yeah, there we go. Looks great. Auto exposure. You can tell that the carpet squares have a bit of flicker. Aside from that, overall quality is much nicer. Fantastic. I'm seeing a little bit of, I don't know, a lack of fluidity in the motion. Well, now that I'm doing this, it doesn't look as bad as I thought ahead of time. But yeah, we'll continue to tweak it for sure. And it's a great addition to the channel. Amazing stuff. I think that's good enough. Overwrite. Auto exposure. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea how to fix that. I could mess with it and probably break it. Yeah, I don't see. Not gonna dig in and mess stuff up. Ramboy, yes, I'm feeling the Atenza, mainly for curb purposes. Handles the curbs better, so that's my philosophy with that. That's my thinking. Hey, Phil, it's good to see you, man. Oh, and Bearden Thomas is here. That's a perfect intro here, Mr. Beard. We this week's Learn with Lead on Saturday is going to be with that man right there, Bearden Thomas. Great to have you here, bud. All right, couple of fun tracks to work on tonight, wouldn't you say? I hear there's wall collision pens at Bathurst, though. That makes me sad. And I see the Atenza is very competitive also. Yeah, Doc, I think you were the one in Discord that said it. Oh, let me just default. Default this sucker. Four seconds. That is brutal. What am I doing? Settings. All right, well, I have a feeling, I could be wrong, but I have a feeling that I'm going to struggle more on race B than I will race C. We'll see. I could be proven wrong. What did Phil Ness say? Trauma-rama. Drama. You're going to guess my times. Okay, I like it. That's kind of fun. Guess my time. What time am I going to get at Bathurst? 2:15.1 or 2:15 flat for race B. I like it. Ooh, 26.9. Let's see, let's check this one first. What's the fastest time here? We'll see what happens. I'd be hoping for a 26.5, I think, for this one. Maybe I'm not capable of it. This is going to be tough, so let's see. 2:13. Oof. I hope I'm not 2 seconds off. Oh, no, that's not 2 seconds. That's 1.1 or 1.2. I'd be fine with a 1.1, 1.2 off. Robicki says calling it 26.3. Okay. Yeah. 213 is kind of nuts. 213.9. But it's a low 9. It's a 902. In the Atenza. It's light speed. All right, let's get into this bucket of nastiness, shall we? Let's go on the grass first, though. That's what I like to do. All right, gotta rev it out more. 26.5 is the aim, yes. Game sound? Huh. No, no game sound. Neither of them. Sad. Why would we not have sound? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Man, on neither of them? What is up with that? It's quiet time. No talking. Time to drive in real life? Okay. Sounds good, Phil. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Not that thing. Well, let's try this. All right, hang on. Well, let's try this little little button. Let's see what that does. Nope. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're not gonna be able to reach him, PL. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I am dumb. Well, I'm glad I didn't start messing with things before just trying the obvious thing. Yay! Okay. So let's that. All right. Back to business. This interruption was brought to you by me, who can't think straight. You're welcome. Nielsen, good to see you, friend. You're so tired. You should be more tired more often. That's what I say. Sounds good, Trippy. Thank you, friend. Carry a little more speed through there, I think. Pretty stable going flat through there. Didn't turn in properly. I'm sorry, Rewiki. I don't mind this car. I mean, to me, I really don't like either the Atenza or the G70. That's really where I'm at. I don't like either of them. But out of the two, I've found that I enjoy this one a little bit more. That's more of a better turn one. Oh, there's no doubt. This one feels dead. The Atenza feels like a dead car. No doubt about it. Okay, we're figuring out a couple things. Hey there, Naya. Good to see you, man. Definitely second gear for entrance there. Gotta get closer to the inside wall there. No doubt about it. Alright, in this we gotta turn earlier or something. Little glancing blow on the wall. Very nice, Naya. This is our first chance to come through here without a pen. That's cool. Excuse me. That's a good exit. Much closer to the ghost. Ah, hit the limiter. That's silly of me. Blast it. Okay. You say 60... 62 to 63. Okay. Really? Hey there, Madbox. Yeah, I think they nerfed the Mazda 3 sufficiently. That wasn't great. Yeah, there's that understeer Rowicki was talking about. Yeah, you're not gonna do the 458? Rowicki knows you. In the behind. Yeah, you have to, I think you have to work to transfer the weight a little bit more on the Atenza. You're not wrong. No kidding, SD. Well, yeah, go with what works. Little bouncy that time. Oh, that was close. Yeah, for sure, Naya. Has a long and illustrious history. It is a very difficult track, though. That's, that was alright. I kind of want to see what's up with that. Okay. Okay, so I think I do want to watch this guy and see what he's doing a little bit. Bathurst is a weak track for me. So we're going to watch this guy. Learn we must. All right, so 78 there, stays in third. Very different from what I'm trying to accomplish there. I wondered about leaving it in fourth. That seems really hard to control right there. Hey, Stefan. Good to see you, man. In 10 minutes? Nah. I cannot there, Saragon. But good luck anyway. Just before the 100. And he revs out 5th. Exits in 3rd. All right. Oh, you're getting the same race for Wiki. Okay. Good luck, guys. Fantastic idea, Beecham. We all need to take a break from adulting every now and then. Yeah, sure. What is up, man? Good to see you, dude. Yeah, I don't get that. I feel like... Well, it could be that my tires really aren't warm yet to handle that. I don't know. And there's Player. Good to see you, man. Yeah, for the 21st anniversary. Thank you, man. Very cool. 30. That's awesome, dude. Oh, thank you, bud. That means a lot, man. Thank you so much. Petrie, good to see you, man. On the throttle a little too soon. That little lift is gonna cost me time. Yeah, I'm not sure how he did that. Not something I think I can replicate. Really hard to keep the car gathered when you have dirty tires there. Third gear, nice there. Third gear, smooth. That was a good exit. Yeah, margin for error, slim to none. Slim to nunzo. Didn't want to get that much bump there. Still a decent improvement though. Ooh. A 15-1. Wow. Okay. How did you put in a time already, Steven? Ah, I messed that up. Okay. Yeah, we definitely have. I mean, they went a 0.6 on the optimal. You took today off. Well, that's how you get it done. That is how you do it. Yeah, I mean that's how you get it done. That explains it completely. Tires maybe aren't ready for that quite yet. Rack them up. Rack up those pens, everybody. Yeah, you're not pushing the limits if you don't scratch the door handles and take a mirror off. What's up, Fear? Good to see you, man. Me. That part is really hard to take flat. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. You as well. I should mention that on Wednesday there is another video being planned to release, and it's a different kind of anniversary. It's an anniversary of this channel, 2-year anniversary. And I do have an announcement to make in that video. Some of you already know what it is. Yes, the 2-year anniversary. Alright, let's try this again. Not turning early enough. I think I'm used to the downforce that some of the Group 3 cars have for that spot. It's not the same. Danny Marshall, good to see you. Pretty good turn one. Well, that means a lot, Stitch. Thank you so much. So-so. Hey there, BKG. We're at Mount Panorama. Ah, hit the limiter. It might have been an okay lap. Sure was. Wow. I don't lose traction at the divot. Really overcooked it there. We'll see if that holds true for the rest of the practice here, VKG. Turn more. Ooh, hit the wall. Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, what is it? 722. We'll go a little more. Might have a little more out of this. Hey there, Petri. Yeah, it lets me know how the tires are really doing, and when I can really push. When it's time to restart is a big one too, I think. Carried a little more speed there. Didn't glide in there like I needed to. Going down the hill, yes, absolutely. Here we go. His pressures are safe. The tire monitor checks lead's pulse to see if the mountain is safe. Oh my goodness. Somehow Viking has turned lead pencil jokes into like Chuck Norris style jokes. All right, right front is done, I think. But man, I think, yeah, we just had an optimal of a 0.1. I were to... So, if the nice thing about the Atenza is it's going to handle the bumps a little bit better. All the bumps plus the curbs. It just has the right suspension for bumps. Obviously, the G70 is good too, because it's up there on the leaderboard. Ah, limiter again. Dang it. All right, steer more than you think you need to. Not great. Hey there, Ghost. Little wide of that. Almost did that exactly how the Ghost did it. Alright, no hitting limiters. No hitting walls. We're right there with our time. It's good. Turn more than you think you need to. Brake later. Didn't match it up. That's a pen also, I think. Yep. Okay, at least it only affects this one. Yeah, it's my favorite track. But I mean, I'm not too mad with it right now. Number 5, great to see you, friend. Dan, you guys are insane. Drive me to the library. Wonderful to see you stop by, my sweetest babe ever. Turn more than you think you need to. Ah. Crud. Or Red Bull. Yes, thank you for pointing that out, BL, in LG's absence. Now, it's not almost dead. That it just disconnects because it's on a timer. You guys get it all wrong. DG Smooth, good to see you. Maybe check the like count. Maybe do that. Check the like count. See where we're at. Oh, yeah. That's deep, Marty. That's really deep. It's a 30 burger! Plus 5, I think. Or plus 6. Appreciate the 30s plus likes already, my friends. That was close. Break later. Oh, late turn. Late on the turn, man. Another Australian. Wonderful. Got Naya in from Australia. Marty from Australia. BL is like half from Australia. It is like watching your local track live, isn't it? That's pretty sweet. Yeah, you did say 0.1. Okay, we're right with it. Hey Bannister, good to see you, friend. Oh yes, power up that hill. I think I'm catching the ghost there for a moment. Oh, no way. This is where it gets frustrating, friends. That's a good down. That's a good dipper, though, man. Yeah, I think that's why I hit the wall, because I actually took it faster than usual. Gotta remember what that's like if I nail it like that again. Yeah, oh my goodness. Good to see you, man. Drop the like, baby. Wheat. Respectable. Okay, there we go. Turn more than you think you need to. Turn, brake later. Turn a little sooner. Oh, disappointment abounds. All right, well, we're not beating it now. Let's go again. That is really slow for a racetrack. 40 burger, just like that. Thank you for the 40 likes, everyone. Not bad standards there, Polly. I need to turn on the spam. It is a grave error on my part that it hasn't been done already. What's that? Moment. All right, that's going to be better. Yeah, it's a favorite kind of burger for sure. No, man. Finding new ways to wreck things. That is not true. Yeah, I keep doing that, Steven. You're right. Ooh. That's an error right there. Yeah, they don't call it Mount Panorama for nothing. That mountain right there. That's where we're going. Not quite. Not terrible, but not quite. Turn more than you think you need to. It's a lot of people. All right, we'll give this a little bit longer. Not too much. There it is. I think. Maybe not. Brake late. Too slow there. Yeah, I've heard about, or I've seen that in other people's videos there, Marty. A little early on the throttle to start. Bronco! I think it's because it's cloudy. Now that was some understeer. .95 on the front right. It's just crazy hot. Hey, Performance, good to see you, man. Oh, didn't slow it quite enough. Yeah, I've heard it's farmland in this spot, and they decided to make a racetrack out of it. I think it's kind of cool. Didn't slow down fast enough. Get a little rotation help from the grass. We'll take it. Bad. Sad. overslowed. No, man. Missed that terribly. Yeah, you probably will, Bronco. You probably will. Actually, I think it's 5 laps. Yep, they are. They're a pain if you get them wrong a whole bunch. It's kind of cool when you get them right, though. Okay, Raptor. Appreciate you, friend. We'll see you. Yeah, you get shown a little more mercy when it's Group 4 here. Down to 55 is too slow at the dipper. Yeah, I don't think you get any precipitation in the game on this track. Doesn't let it happen. Hmm. Oh, yeah. Right, decent exit that was. Hmm. Oh dear. Even with those mistakes, I still have a chance. The optimum here, I don't know, could be close to a 14. That'd be crazy. Yeah, it's an improvement, I think. And it was not a good lap. Oh, crud. Now it's a 15.2 as an optimal. Okay. Time. Oh, already 8. Already 8? Already 8. Oh my goodness. Yeah, imagine it's fairly good on those tires, huh, Nando? Limiter, I think. Sure. Let's hit the inner wall this time. What am I doing going to 6th? Worse. Okay. Oh, here it comes. There we go. No forgiveness. No forgiveness for hitting the walls. Ah, right at my limit, I think. Yeah, that is an excellent run. Ghost is barely pulling away. Oh, that was close. Oh. We did hit the wall there, unfortunately. Bad spot for that to happen. No! What was that ridiculousness? Oh my goodness. And that was a lap. Oh dear. That's called engine damage. I apologize to the car. Half a second? No. Mm-mm. LG, good to see you, man. All right, this is not the lap. I'm gonna take it easy. and just treat the tires nice. The garden repairs itself. Okay, we've treated the tires nicely. Let's go, come on. Not as good as we wanted there. Nowhere near as good as we wanted there. Had to slow it too much. What is that? Come on, that just ticks me off. Why did I mess up so badly there? Now I can't seem to get turn right one right as well as I have in the past. It's better. Not as great as some, but it's better. Mm. Come on. It was a great lap. That was a good turn. All right then. No kidding. That's kind of a crazy day, LG. It's bad when you have a 2-second pen, and after serving the 2-second pen, you're actually gaining on your previous time. Yeah. Hey there, Ace. Good to see you, bud. Decent. Especially on cold tires. Low through there. Don't overshoot. Still overshot a little bit. Now, I had amazing turn 2. I don't know if I can replicate that here. It's an okay turn 2. Oh. Root and Ace, other Ace, good to see you. Burger, thank you for the 50 likes, everyone. Happening. Urgh, so close, guys. Don't even bother with that. I was losing time on the after the third corner, and the tires are too hot. And that corner stunk. I'm not even bothering. It's not it. Not it. Not gonna cut it. That's more like it. It's a little more like it. It's still not best. Might be a little slow there. Don't hit that bump. We learned that. Slowed us up a little bit. That was decent. Oh. You guys know, it's personal now. Okay, HP. Little better. Good enough. Kind of rough. Oh. No bueno. Good start. Didn't carry the speed right, though. Apex too early. Oh. Yeah, me and this track, we have history. That's for sure. Let's continue. See if we can get it on the next go around. Woo! Yeah. I just feel like I have a point too. I have a point too. It's there. And I can't earn it yet. That's the kind of turn we've been looking for, I think. Oh, no, it's not. Depends on how the tires wear, or how the tires heat up. Ooh. Can't go for much longer. Can't do it. I am running all the way to the rear, and to be fair, I haven't had trouble with it in the rear going down the hill until just then. It's the first time I've lost the car like that. All right, Ghost Metal, appreciate you, man. We'll see you. Overslowed. That was decent. Most of the time recently when I've been doing this track, I go brake balance to the rear going up the hill, and then brake balance to the front going down the hill. That wasn't bad right there. That's how I feel. Man, that was tough. Well, it's also track and car race. The Atenza is an absolutely lifeless vehicle. It doesn't move, like it doesn't do anything. And I think that because of that, it's really hard to get it unsettled. Therefore, brake balance to the rear, even going on that steep descent, is pretty easy to maintain control. I am pretty much, look, there are 3 reasons to use brake balance, right? So the first one is for tire wear purposes, the second is for control purposes, and the third is for being fast. So if you're going to use brake balance to be fast, then on most tracks with most cars, putting brake balance to the rear is going to be fastest. While you trail brake, you're going to engage the rear brakes more. It's going to allow the back end to come out just a little bit, step out on you. You harness that slip angle, and you can rotate faster. You can get on the throttle sooner. That's why brake balance to the rear works. A lot of times with big braking zones, however, if you end up being a little more neutral or towards the front, you can get a little extra braking power in general. Deep Forest has one of those types of spots, actually. So that's something to consider as well. Okay. Okay. Amazing on tires. Yeah, excellent. All right, let's get into the lap guide finally, huh? Okay. Bathurst, the mountain. Oh, it is cruel. It's very cruel. But let's talk about turn one, what we're trying to accomplish here. So, both the turn one and the final turn are taken very similarly. The last turn is just a tiny bit slower as far as what kind of speed you can take through the apex. I have it stopped right here because I use a little squiggle in the white line to as my brake marker, so you really can't see it when you're right on it. You can see it before you get there. So the white line kind of juts out to the left a little bit and then over to the right. So when I'm to where it goes back to the right here, that is where I'm braking. Okay, that's when I'm beginning to brake. Let's look at the visualizer to depict this one for us. So we have 90-degree turn. Not all 90-degree turns are created equal though, so you know, a lot of times you're taking a 90-degree turn, it's going to look a lot like this. That is not the case with this one, actually. You're actually going to be taking a little bit wider line, slowing up just a little bit more before getting to the apex. So that line is going to look a little bit like this right here. Hard on the brakes, you know, 100% brake pressure all the way till you get to the turn-in point. And then from there, if you've slowed just right, this car will really benefit from just a measure of coasting and then getting on the throttle before you clip the apex. If you've done that all properly, you're going to have a really strong exit, and yeah, it's going to be good. Okay, let's look at the actual track then for that. So down to third, you're gonna turn in just before you get to this pole, the light post on the right, down to second, and then right here is when you want to get back on the throttle. Again, that only works if you've turned into the right spot and you have slowed up enough. Okay, let's talk about when you want to be shifting with this car. If you're using this car, make sure you're taking second gear all the way to 98. Sorry, not 98, 77. Take third all the way to 98. Then fourth all the way to 123. We're not going to take it to there, but you should be shifting right about here from fourth to fifth. All right, this corner, a lot of time to be lost or gained. So remember that from this point forward, until we get to a certain spot at the top of the hill, we're going uphill the entire way. So that means not overslowing the car is paramount in order to get a really good time here. Okay, we're sitting at the brake point right here. So it's just as you pass. Oops, I didn't want to do that yet. It's just as you pass the grass right here. Just as you pass that. You can use the 50. You could use the S on the left side, perhaps. Those types of things. This one has actually more banking than you might actually assume. So we're not going to take a line that's like this. We're actually going to take a line that's much more like this. This is a little over 90, so this would be like that. Actually, it's more like this. So we're gonna stab the brakes, immediately begin to trail brake in here, and then we actually really want to be on the throttle way sooner than we might be used to. It's going to be right in this area here. You know, in the Group 3 cars, that's not going to happen. You're going to be on the throttle like right here. But with this car, yeah, it'll do it, and it'll feel really good too. I'm not sure if I did it on my fastest lap, but I was able to catch the Ghost quite a bit here in reality. So Interesting how that was working. Not sure why that was, but I was happy for it. Okay, so on the actual track then, down to 4th, down to 3rd. You're gonna keep it in 3rd, and you're gonna dive to this apex. Should be at your slowest right here, and then back on the throttle. You really know you've nailed the corner if your momentum makes you clip this curb on the outside here. Alright, this next portion is totally flat out. So you're coming right through, you're in 4th. You're gonna still be flat through this section. You're gonna pass that wall, and you're gonna be braking right here. So for me, it's this tree right above me, right there. You all, if you're using this one, you might be able to use the tree. It's just gonna be as you pass it. Same with about this view. It's gonna be like that. Okay, that's what that looks like. All right. This you know you can be on the brakes 100%, but if you'll notice that this braking zone, actually you are required to turn to the left some. So I find that, you know, being in the 50% range of brake pressure actually helps carry the speed and the car through this corner really well. Let's look at the actual track, the visualizer here for this one. So what we're looking at is a very tight corner, but it has a lot of braking, or a banking rather. Okay, so you're looking at a turn that is very much like this. It is a later turn in. Don't want to apex too soon. You want to be as close to 60 to 62 miles per hour as your car can handle. That's really the key. If you know, it's very easy to be like 55, 54, even 53 miles per hour, and you'll make the corner and you won't crash into a wall. But the cars, especially these Group 4 cars, just don't have the power to pull out of that, right? So that's the key here. And so with that in mind, make sure you're not over slowing the car, because this track at this point will really punish you for doing that. Okay, so let's look at that line here. So we're braking as much in a straight line as we can. It's going to be a little bit of turn. We're going to then turn with that tree on the right side there, just above my tire temps. Okay, right there. Down to 2nd. You should be able to maintain, you know, 61 to 64 all the way to this point and get on the throttle right here. Momentum should carry you out just a little bit wide. Now, from this point forward, I'm going to put it right here. You're going to clip this from this point forward. It is not necessary to be flat out the entire time. However, you want to be as close to flat out as possible. Okay, so the car will do it flat, and it's quite manageable. It requires some of the most precise turn-ins you can imagine, and if you struggle with that, you're going to struggle with going flat. So I'm gonna give you some lift points along with the line that is what it takes to actually go through it flat. But lift points are really critical, especially if you get off the racing line. Then that's definitely a time to start doing that. Okay, no visualizer for this sequence, but we're gonna come through here. Momentum's gonna take you out this way. You want to be as wide as you can, so make sure you're using the track is narrow, but use as much of the track as you possibly can. As you pass that tree right there, that's when you're turning in. By now you're in 4th gear. Momentum should carry you out here. All right, so this is your first. If you're gonna lift, I recommend lifting right here in order to keep the thing steady. Okay, in order to take this part flat, here's the key. It's so hard to, honestly, for me at least, it was really hard to maintain, but you have to start turning here more than you expect, but not clip this apex on the left coming up. So overturn the steering wheel so that you can begin to shift the weight of the car over to the right side a little more fully, so that By the time you get to this rise right here and this dip, this is where the car goes light. So if you don't have that weight shifted by this point, that's gonna be critical, and you're probably gonna hit the wall, or more than one wall. Okay. If you really don't need to lift there, then what's good is actually lifting right here as the car compresses. Now, I said earlier that you want to shift from 4th to 5th at 123 miles an hour. I'm short shifting to 5th here because I find it a little more easy to control and I don't hit the wall as much. And to me, that was valuable. So that's why I did it that way. You may lift right there if you feel like you got a little too much speed, but you want to be getting to this point right here as close to like 122, 123 as you possibly can. Now, I like 5th. 5th feels more stable. Now, you want to be lifting. Now, no matter, all that part before is possible to take flat. Right here, it's time to turn and lift. Okay, turn and lift. You want to just clip that curb just a little bit, turn and lift. Monitor it. You really want to be able to clip this, and then you will widen, but you really don't want to be putting your right tires any more on the grass than you have to. All right, the downhill, the dipper. Here we go. Now look, I'll tell you this right now. Oops, wrong thing. I'll tell you this right now. How consistent you are on that previous part dictates how consistent you're going to be on this part coming up. So this is the descent. Okay, and it's steep. It's crazy steep. So the brakes, the tires, they're being taxed. And if you have not developed something consistent back there, then it's really going to hinder your ability right here. So, for instance, this braking point that we're at right now, you know, if you're taking it wildly different and ending up with, you know, 5 to 10 miles per hour difference when you reach this point, that's gonna change how you brake, how you turn, all of that stuff. So make sure you're being as consistent as you can through that previous point, so you can get to this point at as close to the same speed as possible. Your life might depend on it, honestly, especially in race. All right, so let's get going down the hill. So this is on the brakes and then lift. On the brakes again as you straighten right here. Downshift to 3rd, then lift. Then on the brakes again, downshift to 2nd. What is absolutely vital is keeping the car tight to the right. I think on my fastest lap even, I wasn't as tight to the right as I needed to be. Okay, here you're either, depending on how much speed you've taken, as you're tight to the right here, you're either you either carry just the right amount of speed so that you are coasting through this part, or you're a little over speed, so you're a little bit on the brakes, or if you've slowed up too much, you might even get up back on the throttle. Any three of those things could happen. But you need to be tight to the right, because right here you're going to be on the brakes and you're going to turn the car to the left. Okay, you need to do that before you get to the end of the curb on the right side. And you want to be trying to maintain 60, 61 miles per hour. And then right here, if you do that, you're on the throttle, this car compresses, get all the grip you need, you can get back over here like that. Okay? Downshift to 3rd and on the brakes here, lightly. Once you see the blue at this point, then you're fully on the brakes. And you're turning just like that. Now let's look at the visualizer for Forest Elbow. Tight turn, this one. Lots of patience. So the way to be fast on this corner is to be patient. Because again, it's so steep. So you have to spend a little more time on the brakes than you might think because of the descent that you're on. You want to get the car nice and turned and decelerate all the way till about mid-corner and then get on the throttle right there. I'll give you a visual there as well as for when you want to be back on the throttle. All right, let's look on the track then for that. So decelerating second gear, you're turning all the way in. All right, then you have the Falcon sign on the left. Look at this. Look at where, see how it like doubles in height? Right there, it doubles in height just above me. Okay, you want to pass that. And then this rock where it juts out, right above the L. That's when you want to be on the throttle. Okay? And you're exiting in second. Once again, you know, when you're accelerating through here, make sure you're shifting at the right points. If you're using the Atenza, don't need to use 6th. I'm using 6th right now just to keep the engine noise a little lower. Go down the chase. I do find that just to be consistent on keeping the car tight to the right, just a little dip of the tires over to the left there really gets me nice and straight. Then as you come here, you are braking right before you get to the 100. Might be able to use that red part on the barrier just where my tire temps are right now as your brake marker. All right, let's get the visualizer out for this sequence. All right, so this is a little, this is basically a chicane, and you want to be taking it in such a way so that you can straighten the exit as much as possible. So that means, look at the line we have here. You're gonna get, this is probably a little exaggerated actually. Let's do that right there. There we go. You want to be braking hard in a straight line. You're going to get most of the rotation done before you get to this apex, this first one, so that you're at your slowest right here and you can actually take the rest of the corners flat out. You don't want to have to lift on this part. Speed wise, I think you need to be, the car can actually handle like 70 miles per hour right at this spot. That's really what you're going for. I like to downshift to second so that I can exit in third. If you've carried that much speed, you know, you're at 70, you're at 68 to 70, let's call it. That is very rapid, and a third gear exit is going to be great for carrying the speed through this part, okay? All right, let's look at the actual track then. This is where we're braking hard in a straight line, down to third, down to second, getting that car to rotate, back up to third on the throttle fully. Do not hesitate. Clobber all of that curb. Momentum carries you out here. Then you get yourself over to the right side. And you're going to use, as you pass, if you're in this view, as you pass the tree on the right one right there, you're going to get on the brakes right about, you're going to get very close to the 50 board. And then back to the visualizer. Again, it's very much like turn 1. Just you're going to carry a little bit less speed. You know, with turn 1, you're at 60 to 62. With this one, you're at like 57 to 59, I think. But very much the same line. Really want to avoid that inner curb. That thing bounces you like crazy. It's not fun. So watch out for that. But this is the line that we're talking about. It's very easy to try and brake too late, kind of hero brake, and you end up missing this apex. Missing it a little bit is good. That's fine. But missing it too much, not great. And you don't want to be out braking yourself there. All right, so final turn here then, braking hard in a straight line, down to third. Down to second, turning with this pole. And then back on the throttle. If you happen to be sitting towards the front for turn 1, I'd recommend, instead of using that squiggly, go ahead and use the 50 board for your brake, just as you pass it right there. It's not likely that someone's going to dive, so I don't think you should protect the apex. I think you should take it business as usual, basically. Still turn with this pole, and then aim to get on the throttle as early as possible. And that's going to help keep your place as you go up the hill. All right? All right, that's your lap guide and your lap 1, turn 1 guide for Bathurst, baby. All right. We got it in there. We did it. Good stuff, SD. Good stuff, Naya. Thank you, Yost. 113th in the world, and 6 of my friends are faster than me. All right, let's see if things have held true since we looked earlier. Yeah, it's a nice, it's a really nice variety of cars. Burton's put up 2 top 10 times in the world, one with the Viper, one with Suzuka. Now that is alien material right there. Not only am I going to get a top 10 time with one car, I'm going to pick a completely different car and get a top 10 time. I think I have my heart set on the Viper though, so I think that's what we're going to do. I do like the Viper here. All right, 9 o'clock. Let's see what we can accomplish here. All right, so we're gonna follow a 25-1. It really feels like we were just here, doesn't it? Or is that just me? Oh, I will get the screen. Oh, I do it every time. There's no doubt about it. It is what I'm best at. Ooh, nope, nope. That little lift was not it. Yipes. Ouch. Too much grass. We learned a thing. Slam. I still might have got a pen. I don't know. That was close. Yipes. Viper feels good. Viper feels good. Oh, I didn't get that right, man. Hey Dave, good to see you, friend. Yeah. Hard to get temp in these tires. Yeah, no consistency yet, though. Gotta build that up some. But yeah, these tires are ice. Ah, big crash. Okay, 60 burger. Thank you for the 60 likes, everyone. This was a special edition done for us by Ozzy Pug when we eclipsed 1,000 subscribers. It's awesome. It's a special edition, you might say. Great to see you, Howdy. Grapes. He probably exits in first there, I bet. I'm not sure how confident I am of that same type of technique. He exits in second there. Okay. Man, and he really gets a launch, doesn't he? Yeah, I think there's a host of cars that you can choose from, which is great. Yipes. That was wild. We'll stay to the left on this one. Nah, it cost me. It's a shame. Everything about that lap was good until right there. Oopsie. Yeah. So I'm what's happening there is I think I'm carrying too much speed. It was making me getting on the throttle later. And then I try to compensate it with the first gear exit. Alright, let's try again. What's that optimal look like? A 0.2. Is that right, Rowicki? Yeah. 0.3 with an optimal of a 0.2. Might be able to eke out that 0.2. Let's see what happens. Fantastic, Danny. You sat on there and waited for it to happen, huh? That's cool. Back again. Not any races yet. Might get one race in later. That was an almighty cut. I was gonna say that I thought I got a pin. Alright, since that's gonna kill this lap and the next, let's try again. No bueno. Took a P1 SD? That's a heck of a job, man. It's just frustrating, that turn one. Come on, one more tenth, I think. One more tenth. Man, SD and Nando getting podiums, baby. It's awesome. Had to wait. Man, wasted opportunity there. Yeah, I am. It's gonna be a blast, dude. Ooh, what's your first, Naya? What tops your list? I must know. That's all I had to do last time. Ford GT, can't go wrong. It's an awesome car. Right. All right, let's get a run. Oh, the GT40. Yeah, going old school. That car is amazing. I overslowed some there. Yes! Come on, bring it home. Did not bring it home. Alright, try and bring this one home. I'm moving it to the middle to give me a little extra braking power. It's such a huge braking zone. But that time I overshot. Because I think I started braking a little too late. Yeah, 26.1 is an optimal. Come on, we got this. We got this. Let's go. Acceptable. Yeah, optimal 0.0, but just like 4/100ths off of that, so not bad. I think that should suffice. There it is. Ooh, not even in my friend's top 10. Ah, man. Well, I think we're gonna have to be satisfied because I can't keep going. What's the top time again? Yeah, so we're just under a second off. It's a short lap. I think that's why. Competitive this week, it is. But yeah, let's do a lap guide, and then we'll do one race C at 10 o'clock, I think. little disappointing, but there's only so much time. Is that right, Dave? In the Viper, or are you in a different car? Excuse me. Plan is to be on tomorrow once again. Ah, and the Ford GT could. Okay. Excuse me. Let's get this set up here. All right, Deep Forest. It's a tale of three sectors, because you know the middle sector is so different from the rest of it. It's a fast-flowing section and then you have this braking zone right here, which is big. The penultimate corner, which is that one that's just beyond 90 there. It's also very different from the middle sector, and then of course the hairpin. But let's talk about turn 1 to start. So we've got we're right at the beginning of the braking zone here. So I'd say just as you get onto these curbs is when you're going to begin to brake. All right, let's look at the visualizer for our racing line here. So essentially what we're trying to do is make this a double apex without going too wide at the slowest point. So whenever you have a double apex, you always want to talk about where are you at your slowest, and for a corner like this, that's going to be right here mid corner. All right. It will depend a little bit on how wide you get. So if you get a little wider than perhaps the fastest time in the world, you can technically get on the throttle a little sooner. But you have probably lost a little bit of time, so it ends up evening out. So if you totally overshoot and go a little bit deep right here, it's not the end of the world. It is salvageable. However, I will say what you're really trying to watch out for is in this middle part right here, which we'll see on the track in a moment. You have this like concrete patch. Do you ever notice when you're driving on that part, like the tires stop making any sounds? Yeah, it's like the tires don't squeal over it. And I think there's a little bit less grip on that concrete patch as well. So something to keep in mind when you're going through that. But really easy to overshoot, be way out here. Very easy to be too slow too soon, like in this area. So don't want to overslow the car. Don't want to be too slow too soon. You want to be at your slowest right here. Maintaining the weight to the outer part of the tires as you get going through here. Okay, that's really the key, I think, for this turn 1 here. So let's look at that on the actual track then. Braking in a straight line through here. And then turning just as you pass that 50 board. Going to dive to this. You're going to really be hard on the brakes for a very long time. You're going to be either at 100% brake pressure or right below 100% all the way to this point, because you have a lot of slowing to do. And then you're going to trail brake all the way to this point here, and then be at your slowest right about here. If you're a little bit wider than that, that's okay. If you're just wider, what I would recommend is make sure you're slow enough so that when you get on the accelerator, you still tighten to the left of the corner, and then you're able to power out without lifting on exit. That's really what we're trying to avoid here, is getting on the power and really not having done the right job as far as the entrance goes. Therefore, you have to lift on the exit here. Really trying to avoid that. All right, so this next section, really enjoy this part. It's all about the braking and the flow. I like to say you're making the car dance through this part, okay? So full throttle, turn to the left before the end of the curb. Go ahead and get a bunch of this curb here. And then right as you get to the edge, I just passed it here. Right when you pass the curb right there, once you get past that, that's going to be your cue to lift. Here in fourth gear, you're going to lift, and then you're going to brake just a little bit to make sure you really annihilate this curb right here. Back on the throttle. Get the car pointed straight. This is really critical. It's going to be very tempting to make a straight line from that previous apex to this next apex. You don't want to do that because you're not going to be able to shift the weight properly. So by pointing the car over here, then getting on the brakes and turning left while on the brakes, then transfers the weight from the left side of the car to the right. And you want to be on the brakes enough so that you can get back on the throttle right here and clobber that apex. And you want to be pointing the car at that arrow right there, or in between the fourth and fifth arrow from the left. All right, you see that there? Because again, now you're going to be shifting the weight of the car from the right side to the left. You get down to second, and I want you to aim for being at your slowest right here. And you want to carry at minimum 70 miles per hour through this apex. If you're able to do that, oh, that's wicked fast, dude. It really is. Okay. I like an exit of third coming through here. And then you power out. Now, let's go ahead. I want to look at the next corner. Or the previous corner and the next one. So let me set up for that. Okay, so this one, which is just a bit past 90 degrees, well, a little more than a bit, I guess. So that line that you're looking for is very much like this, okay? Very much like this. Now, for the next corner that we're looking at here momentarily, that's going to be more like this, okay? Where you turn in rather early, and you stay on the brakes longer than you feel is comfortable, but that's really the line that we're going for here. And you get on the throttle a little sooner because this actually, the track goes out that way, right? So, but that's what we're trying to do. What's really easy to do on this one, so easy to do, is instead of this nice gradual, smooth racing line, you end up with a racing line that peaks, like goes out here and ends up back here, and then you come back, and that's just time lost. That's tense lost that you cannot regain on any part of the track, basically. So make sure you're watching out for that, and that's going to help a lot. Okay, now let's go back to the track, and let's look at this brake point right here. So you've carried good speed, you're getting back over to the right, and then as soon as you pass the curb right there, you're back. As you pass it, you're back on the brakes. Okay, down to third on the brakes, down to second, still on the brakes, and you're tightening. And as soon as you see the orange of the sign above the bridge, that's your cue to get back on the throttle. You really know you've nailed it is that when you get on the throttle, you actually tighten to this corner a little bit, and then you widen out. I like an exit in third myself. All right, let's take these two corners back to back then. So this one, got to be a little risky with this corner. So let's look at that momentarily. Yeah, so we're trying to get the car whipped and rotated really fast so that you can get a lot of that weight transferred as much as possible really early before the apex. The other reason it's important to do that is because there's a rise in the track right about here, or you might even say a dip on this part of the track. So by the time you really the car doesn't stop going light until right about here. So getting all this rotation done, then you get to that dip. Now the car is straightened for that part, and you're not going to risk going wide. That's why that's so critical there. Now let's look at the track where that shows up. Okay, so you come in here, you can see how the track dips down. As soon as you get all 4 tires onto the curbing on the right here, that's your cue to be braking. I like to downshift to third, get the car whipped over, and by now you have the car pointed where you want. Up to fourth, but you're going to wait to get on the throttle until you get right about here, depending on how well you've carried the speed, or if you've carried too much speed, okay? And then I like to get on the brakes, rather, right as I get onto the bridge. Okay, that's what that looks like there. Trying to stay as wide to the right as I can. Let's look at how we want to take this corner now. So this one is tighter than 90 degrees with a long straight afterwards. So we want to capitalize on a late brake, late turn in, early throttle to carry as much speed down the straight as possible. So you see how we're showing that here. And I really feel like the Viper even more so wants a line like this than maybe even some of the other cars. Okay? So that's what we're looking at right there. Hey there, Prototype, Edward E, Petripet, good to see you. Appreciate you guys. So that's what we're looking at there. It's really easy to turn in too early and then apex too soon. Destroying your exit speed is what that does basically, okay? So then you want to be powering out. Plan to go wide. A second gear exit in this car feels pretty nice. So, what that racing line looks like on the track then. Coming down here, down to second. As you're turning with the edge of the curb, down to first. Get that last bit of rotation, and you want to be back on the throttle right here. Now, probably not full throttle. You're going to be on the throttle, work your way up to full throttle. And really, if you take that line, you can be right on the edge. You can be right here, and then the momentum carries you just on the edge of that curb, which is where you would be normally getting a pen if you get all 4 tires on the green. All right, the dreaded hairpin. All right, so we're going to begin braking just as we reach the 100. Just as we get, maybe just a little bit before we get to the 100. Let's get the hairpin out here and show how we want to be taking this. So, it's a delicate balance between how wide of an entrance you take and how narrow you end up. You can definitely be too wide, you can definitely be too narrow. So I'm going to suggest a line that looks... This would, I think, would be too much, right? So I think we're going to want a line that's like this. So you're braking as late as the car can go. And what I mean by that is you're braking as late as possible so that you are at the precise speed that you need to be when you begin to turn in, okay? You should not be lifting off the brake during the big braking zone here. And of course, obviously, you don't want to be braking so late that you end up deep with this crazy jagged line that comes out like that, okay? So a late brake coupled with a late turn in and wide entrance in order to get on the throttle as early as possible. For this corner, I'd say it's right about here. That way you can carry all that speed all the way down the track to the start-finish line, okay? And that's really what we gotta have. If you end up too narrow on your entrance, that means you have to wait for the car to rotate, and you're not going to be able to get on the throttle until like out here. And that's a car and a half, 2 car lengths too late to be doing that, okay? So that's what we're looking to do, and watch out there for. All right, let's go to the actual track then. Braking in that straight line. Turn with this edge of the curb right here. Get down to first, get that last bit of rotation. Up to second for most cars. Some cars will want to pull out in first. That's fine if they're capable of that. Then you're on the throttle right here. Not full throttle. Work your way to full throttle as you get out here. Prepare to use all that track. Now, if you're really on a good lap, go ahead and stay tight to the left. If you know you're not on the right lap, go ahead and go over here, get a nice swing swing the car through here, get this sort of propels you really nice, and you can get some extra speed once you prepare for your next lap. If you're started towards the front for this race, then I would advise not braking at the beginning of the curve, but go ahead and begin braking just as you get just before the 50. And there is a potential for people to dive on this one. So, two ways you can handle that. You can either make a beeline to the apex. Just be mindful if you do that, you don't want to end up too deep and end up with like this strange V-shape entrance to the corner, because that could open the door for someone to actually get up inside you, right? So we want to watch out for that. The other option, which might be viable as well, is go ahead and plan on missing the first apex, and instead just make it a late apex, so you're kind of out here, right? And then you get on the throttle here, and if anyone is on your inside, they are not going to be able to get on the throttle as early as you. So that's a pretty good deal. All right, so that is, and we don't need a pit entrance guide because it's just go in as fast as you possibly can. Cool stuff, guys. That is your lap guide and your turn 1, lap 1 guide for Deep Forest. All right, let's hop on the alt account then. All right now. Cool stuff. All right, let me get out of this here. In honor of Jade, I missed all of that. Can you do it again? Nice, Trent. Good stuff, man. Yeah, we put up an okay time over there on Bathurst earlier today. 1:15 in the world at the time, so not too shabby. Let's see. Do I have my Viper? My livery, I guess is what I really mean. Oh yeah, we do. Do I own all the time? I do not own softs. That would be a problem. All right, all right. We're gonna start on the mediums. Ooh. Hey there, Kookie. Stilly Short just posted. Very cool. Thank you very much. All right, let's get a race in before we call it a night. Where did I put my gloves? There we go. Dag nabbit. I do say that quite a bit. It's a problem. Another top 5. Yeah, let's go, Nando. Thank you, Yost, man. I appreciate that, dude. Means a lot. Really does. You like that, huh, Kookie? Everyone who doesn't know, welcome my sister and Bandit Kookie doing all of our shorts. Every single one you've ever seen. Hey there, Joe. Good to see you, friend. Still sunny. I had no doubt, honestly. All right, we'll get one race in. If you did miss the lap guides earlier, fear not, because I will be making a video of them earlier. Oh, and I forgot to post a video here. Maybe you guys want to check this out after the stream is over. There we go. Not that one. This is my video on practicing. And if you haven't seen it, you might find it helpful as I go over how I practice. We'll pin that chat there. All right, we'll start from the back. See if we can move up the grid. Seems like most of the time when I start from the back, as long as it's a genuine starting from the back and it's, you know, a mixture of A plus and A, I can usually get back to mid grid, which is not so bad. It's not you know, it's not qualify LOL or Grove and how they do it, but and I think we might be here tomorrow a whole lot. Maybe I'll do a little bit of both. Actually, something that I'm looking to do here is actually getting the alt account up to A+. So maybe I'll do a bit of both tracks tomorrow and see how we do. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it, man. Oh, it's Sai. We got Cyrus here. We got Lopez. We got Dwayne. Lunker and Vastum starting from the back. Russ Wheeler. Very nice. Do we have the correct tires? No, that's not it. We do. Screen. Well done. Let's go, Rob. Rock solid, Rob. Great to see you, man. 0 seconds until warm-up. Okay, there we go. Just didn't know if it really meant it. So, what time did I put up? A 26. Oh, man, that would put me 6 on this grid. It's no bueno. I'll probably spend some time tomorrow also continuing to prep for coaching course as well. Thank you, Naya. Appreciate you. All right, we said starting from the back. This is the very most backest we could be. It's a great looking livery by Aussie Pug. Oh, I still have the driving line on from when I did the rain race. Yeah, it was at Le Mans. Yeah. Scary. I did not do any race B tonight. I think I'll do some tomorrow. Is the plan. All right, I think we're gonna pass Lunker. He's just not close enough to that pack up ahead. Oh, man. Not great there. B was a wreck fest? Yeah. It's a narrow track, not a lot of space. Not surprising. Oh, Cyrus Nicky was one of the guys who crashed. Bastam's got a 1 second pin. I don't know if we're close enough to take advantage of that. A little bit of slip. Yeah, a little bit of slipstream here. Ooh, big. Ugh, just unghosted, man. Bad luck. Yikes. Lost a lot of time with all of that. Really unfortunate that the Lopez guy unghosted right there. He's kind of in my line, you know? Bummer. It was pretty fun up until that point. How fast am I in the 499 Ferrari? I own it, but I haven't driven it yet. But I will be driving it, without a doubt, for the Greasy event in a little while. A few weeks away. Good to see you, Traction. Well, the combo, it was just, it's interesting because most of the good drivers fell back. It was a mixture of those of us who started from the back and those who were starting from the front but had made mistakes or maybe got clobbered, you know? Oh, you're racing it too? Okay, that's why you're asking me. Very cool. Now, I'm hoping that I don't want the Greasy 100 to be the first time I drive it, but I have not driven it yet. I drove the Porsche at Le Mans last week. You know what? Why not? If they're all going in, I'm going in too. What's the worst that can happen? Oh, I don't have tires at the end of the race. Ooh, is that right, LG? Cool stuff. Front right will be toast. Got it. Bring it on. We can try to be nice with it, too. Oh, nuts. Why, are you new to the wheel? Using a wheel there, Traction? Nice. Yeah, it's not too long yet with a wheel. Yeah, we can do that. We can put that on there. Okay, Danny Marshall, good night, friend. We'll see you later. Overshot there, pretty good. And I think I just got a pen. Uh-huh. Excuse me. Maybe. We'll never know. And to me, because lap 7, I crashed out, so... Russ Wheeler in the Beetle? I'm gonna go with that's not the car for this race. That's what I think. That's what I think. Although it would be good at this hairpin, probably. Well, hi LG's mom. Like Vastum crashed. I have just a little bit of tire left there. Might have just enough tire left. I don't know, Dave. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. Plenty of tire left. What were you talking about? Plenty of tires. All right, well, it was good to get the race in at least, even if we deleted ourselves from the race. It's all right. We'll get into more racing tomorrow. Few hours of racing, a little bit more prep for one-on-one coaching. Thank you, Yost. Yeah, we were right there. We were right there at P11, P10. That, and with the strength of this lobby, that was probably enough to have a positive DR game. So, bit of a bummer, but that's how it goes sometimes. All right, so I'll be back tomorrow about the same start time as today. Get some racing, get some good old-fashioned racing in. I'll probably do a little bit of both on the alt account, actually. Right now, you know, I'm pretty happy with my primary account. It's, you know, and so I'm gonna use the alt account to start bettering myself at these other at combos that I'm not as comfortable with. And to be fair, both B and C, not comfy with them, not comfy. So it'll be good to stretch my my abilities this week a little bit. For those who are listening right now, you know, I am planning on beginning to do one-on-one coaching, and I am doing prep and research for that. So some of that I can do on stream tomorrow as well. I'll probably end the stream with that, likely to be the case. I do have our 2-year anniversary of being on YouTube is on July 1st, so I do have a video planned to release then. And then if you haven't seen my video on practicing, I have that right there pinned to the chat for you to take a look at your convenience. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you all like crazy. Not a thing you can do to change my mind. It's good times today. Appreciate you all.